Hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencils sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific Time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it. In my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it. Sharpen your pencils. Sharpen your mind. I Should Be Writing will begin soon. you out there online being writers. I'm so excited for you. I hope you're ready for the rest of your writing day. I'll see you on the stream. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. Oh, hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencils sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific Time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it. In my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it. Shopping.
What's up? How's it going, everyone? How you doing today? Whoops. Mute my own Twitch. There we go. Scrolls, so good to see you. Sorry, just making one little quick adjustment. I noticed a little blank space, baby. The logo's off. I had to redo my settings after trying to get my Canon to be my camera. There we go. Now we're back. How is it? How is everyone? Scrolls, thank you for the information. I think I'm about to reshoot that entire video. I just gotta find some time. Kind of on a slow journey to rebranding, but hello, people out there in streaming land. This is my cool little book stack mug given to me by my mother, filled with my writer's fuel for today. Scrolls, how are you doing, by the way? Feeling good? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Eesh. What a day. Been a really busy morning, I must say. I must say. Go here. Yeah, so, we're gonna be slowly pivoting, I think, towards towards more original fiction. Really enjoyed the Writer's Fuel hasn't kicked in yet. I was gonna say the creative free write, but that's wrong. The creative free write that we did, and and what that yielded. And I liked being able to like share a story in its immediacy. I don't know what I'm gonna do today. I did have some ideas of like, you know, knowing that you have to, knowing that you're going to challenge yourself to write a short story. Like ideas want to come into your head to kind of like save yourself. But alas, I I try to push those thoughts away because it would be like a little bit more creative. Um, Anywho, yeah, I want to take a moment to see who's all in the chat today. We got Scrolls, we have Meowfa. Hard to know that you were here because I didn't get my little dancing dinosaur. We have the Terrible Novelist. Welcome in, the Terrible Novelist. How are you doing, and how is your novel? Yes, Meowfa. Yes, yes, Meowfa. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, what a great way to start a stream. Um, Been binging movies as always. Lots of good films. A little behind on work. Probably be quiet. Okay, okay, cool. Yeah, please, please do. Please do. Scrolls, I just want to know what kind of films you've been watching. Now's the forum. Now's a great time to recommend good content. I say good content. Oh my god, I'm a product of 2026. Just good movies. Tell us some good movies that we should watch. What's on the Scrolls list? Have I been muted this whole time? Don't tell me I've been muted this whole time. How's this? Is this better? Paris, Texas. Oh, yeah. Meantime from Criterion Collection. I'm not familiar with Meantime. Oh. Now am I echoey then? I wonder where I was getting it from. Sorry, I'm gonna do a quick check. And now I'm doubting myself. No? Okay, cool. All right. Well, that's good. All right. Nice to not opening up. Nice to open up not making a fool of yourself. Can't get my words right today. Has that ever happened to anybody else out there? Woo! It's probably going to be a weird one, writing a story today with today's brain. Okay. Let's see. Anybody in the YouTube? Yeah, all good there. Safety Bros Films, of course. You binged Uncut Gems. Yeah, wonderful. Good time. And heaven knows what after Marty Supreme. I still have not seen Marty Supreme, but I just heard, which brother was it? Josh Safdie on the Conan O'Brien podcast. And then, anytime Conan endorses something, it's a winning endorsement for me. And he loved it. Super excited about it. And sometimes you can tell that they're talking about a movie because they have to. Seems like he was really into this one, and that makes me interested in it. Okay, let me see. Let me pull up some stuff here. Oh man, you are in for it. Good. It's been a while since I was in for anything. Man, this goes so fast. I love the mug. I love that my mom gave it to me. Doesn't hold enough liquid. Okay. Let's do a little free write, shall we? So in this segment of the stream, I'm going to be free writing, meaning trying to create a story from scratch in under an hour, and we're just going to do it for better or for worse, whether you want to treat it like a warm-up or a challenge. It's just something cool to do. So here we go. This is how I do it. Let me pull this up. Oh, a little gray space. What's going on there? 1 second. I want to fix this. Not exactly sure why this is so gray. But it shouldn't be. What could that possibly be? Literally nothing else. Oh, Jesus. Can't do anything right over here, huh? Okay, well, give me 1 second here. We have this really fun gray line down the center. Feel like Tina. There it goes. Okay. Got it. This is what it's supposed to look like. And this is our blank pages document. I like to work in pages. I think it's very approachable. And I like how quick and easily accessible the formatting tools are, although I won't be getting hung up on those today. Let's do this. So, when I like to free write, I like to just kind of give myself a few boundaries here. So, just the location. Overpass. Character. Tommy. Construction. Worker. Working on an overpass. Maybe it's like let's see. I have bigger tumblers. I just was to go back to scrolls. I have bigger tumblers. I'm drinking out of the more meaningful glass, the one that was provided by Mama Bear. Let's see. Let's see. It's maybe time can be like noon or something, or maybe like a more specific of a time would be like a lunch break, like a lunch break maybe, or that could be a part of it. Uh, Supporting maybe coworkers. Let's say Sal. Um, Newest hire, young. Maybe I don't want to say like kind of dumb, but kind of like just that cavalier attitude that you have in your 20s. And we have maybe an older guy there as well. Let's see. Let's give an older guy. Just thinking of guy names. Call him Steve. Maybe he's like a foreman of some sort, boss. Over it. He's ready to get out of there. There's a lot of female construction workers too. I just want to make sure there's some like equal representation. I don't know why, but I'm thinking of the name Deb. Deb. Single mom. Hard ass. Maybe tougher than all the guys there. Rough around the edges, kind of. I try and keep the short story short, so maybe I'll cap the characters there. Then we need a beginning, a middle, and an end. So we're gonna start on maybe like Tommy looking out from the overpass at the tiny city below him. He's gonna need a want. Tommy wants to be accepted by his co-workers. He kind of is often out on his own. There's a clique amongst construction workers. He never gets invited out with them. Something like that. That's a good want. Middle. Tommy has to take some initiative to break into their friend group and fail. And maybe tries something physical and emotional in approach. Don't know what that'll be yet. And then in the end, maybe I'd like to I think maybe Tommy wins them over and they are all standing next to Tommy, looking out from the overpass at the tiny city below them. Right? So that's important. This is important. This is important. This is important. And with that, maybe we can kind of give ourselves parameters to write this thing. I would like to make some notes. What do you see on construction sites? You see clearing, removing dirt, shaping, dirt slopes. Building those temporary, we call them like an access road. I see them digging. I guess spend a lot of time on the 405 out here. People operating equipment. Truck drivers. Oh, you know those like little tripods, the survey tripods are out. What else? Rebar cages. Really should have picked something I know better than this. This is where I would do more research. Oh, but maybe I keep saying it out loud, but crane operators. I keep saying maybe, but you don't have to write maybe. Just write the thing. No maybe. Concrete pouring. Man, if there's concrete pouring, maybe it's like paving as well. Okay. And let's give these guys. So Sal, if there's a foreman, he's the boss, he's over it. Then that must mean like Sal is like the just a general contractor, maybe. What do you call it? Just a grunt. Actually, no, more of that. He's the grunt. Hired hand. Deb. She's a hard ass. Maybe she's the crane operator? Or I don't want to say crane operator because they're already looking over an overpass. They're already pretty high up. Like double height seems like maybe like a safety officer or something. Okay. All right, I think I have a bunch of stuff here. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to check on the chat real fast before I jump into here. Hey, what's up, Gabriel Saint? Yo. I mean for it to be a picture for the mom cuppa. I see. You used to work construction for a bit, roofing scrolls. Look at you. Usually have a field where we meet up to see who goes on what job, where a bunch of vans are parked, and there's a ton of big machines there. Offices as well. Usually we never really go in there other than when you initiate, or we go in for the morning, grab some coffee, snacks, head to the vans. I see. Okay, cool. Well, here's what we got to do though. I want to kind of start in the middle of this thing if we're doing this like lunch break. Okay. All right. Sorry. So 20 minutes of brainstorming, basically saying hi to the chat and all that kind of stuff, but let's start this story. It looked like micro machines. Kind he used to play with when he was a kid. Little metal ants crawling to a smooth stop. and starting again, inching their way, inching their way through the city. Tommy dusted off his hands on his work pants and stomped dust from his work boots. It was time for lunch, and it was common practice to get bits of debris in his sandwich. Today, he was determined that the only crunchy bite he would take would be from the potato chips he wedged in between his bread. He ducked. He ducked into the shadow of a large truck hauling how about a large cement truck? Lumbering giant that slowly turning. Helping him and his crew develop this brand new overpass the city had voted to construct years prior. Eating alone, as always. Tommy caught a glimpse of Sal, a young 20-year a young 20-year-old who had just joined the team, sitting in the truck. Oh wait, caught a glimpse of Sal. I had this idea through the side mirror. And it would be through the side mirror of Sal, a young 20-year-old who had just joined the team, sitting in the AC. Listening to something, listening to music in his headphones. What was his name? The foreman? Steve? Steve. The foreman. A man who had overseen it all. Called for everyone to be back on in 30 minutes. Steve joined, what's her name, Deb. The safety officer. For lunch, often. They would swap snacks that their kids no longer found cool. Steve would give Deb a sugary energy drink in exchange for some candy bar that was no longer cool. Okay. Here we go. Today was a bit different. When Steve and Deb asked Sal to join them in their, oh geez, their son drenched hot asphalt. Scorching click for lunch. Tommy found himself unexpectedly hurt. He had never been asked to lunch. He had always assumed everyone kept to themselves, did their work, ate their measly meals, and clocked out. Where was this sudden sense of camaraderie coming from? Just learned I don't know how to spell camaraderie live here. That's it. See? Oof. I would have read it fine, but oof. That's embarrassing. Let's keep going. So we have this beginning. Tommy looking out from the overpass, the tiny city below him. He wants to be accepted by his coworkers, often out of his own clique. Never gets invited out with them. So Tommy has to take some initiative to break into their friend group. Okay, so maybe Tommy did himself from his hard hat chair. Can picture him kind of sitting on his hard hat so he doesn't have to sit on the ground totally. His makeshift hard hat chair. And ventured over. Ventured over and sat near their lunchtime semicircle. Say, gonna be a long one, huh? Tommy invited. The foreman, Steve, nodded in assurance. Don't need this. Steve nodded in assurance. Sure will. Before turning back to Deb and Sal. So usually we all meet up at Brannigan's. Is a name of this something that sounds like a bar? I'll enforce it with it being a bar. I got a 2-for-1 well cocktail. Happy hour. You should come. Tommy munched his sandwich. Miffed. And how they could ignore him so easily. He had worked with them for weeks. No one had ever mentioned happy hour. At least not out loud. Or out loud to him. Tommy has to take some initiative to break into the friend group and fail. Try something physical, emotional. Physical. We have this like lunchtime trade-off. Tommy dug around in his lunch pail. Remembering he hadn't had time to eat the protein bar he had packed a few days before. It was a little smushed now, but edible, and a combination of peanut butter and chocolate chip. This was his opportunity. Hey, does anyone want this a protein bar. I'm not going to eat it. It's he pretended to not know the flavor. Chocolate chip, peanut butter. Deb scoffed. I have a peanut allergy. Sal smiled. I'll take it. And with that, Simon forked over his protein bar and watched Sal turn his back on him and lean back into the conversation with Steve and Deb. You know, I said Deb would be kind of a hard ass. Maybe, how do you spell a loogie? That's better. On the fresh strip of road. How do we spell haka loogie? Oh, okay. Is this the first time I've ever had to write loogie out loud? Guess so. Okay, so we tried something like physical, right? Like giving, like making an offering with the protein bar. What is their problem? Tommy thought to himself. So I'll make this italicized. I'm a nice guy. Show up on time. I don't piss anyone off. Do my work. I'm interesting. I think. Oh God. Am I interesting? Maybe this gets its own line. That would be fun. Let's see. I think, I've been typing, let's see, okay, so, let's do the emotional appeal, or maybe even, like, cerebral. We could do things in threes. So a physical was the offering, it'll be weird to, like, do, like, intellectual, and then emotional. So we have these three beats. I don't know which one, but if you go from "Oh God, am I interesting?" It's weird to get emotional. after that. So let's give him a philosophical thought and make it construction themed, right? Like Tommy scooted a few inches closer to Sal, Deb, and Steve, and waited for a lull in their conversation. The moment presented itself. When the moment presented itself, he racked his brain for the deepest thought he could muster. What is this? What's the deepest thought he can muster? I mean, it's really like a realization of like the now. Like, it's funny how I'm talking to a bunch of people who are not in a room, and I'm having a conversation, but right now it's really one-sided. So, like, that's a ponderance on this moment. So maybe for Tommy, it's just like funny how we spend all our time building something that thousands of people will use to make their lives easier. And no one will ever know our names. Steve raised an eyebrow, unsure of how to reply. Tommy, invested, continued. Oh, how can he dig himself deeper? I mean, no, we're spending our whole lives making it easier for people to get somewhere else. Like, isn't it funny how, what am I trying to say? It's when you get somewhere else, it means like when you have to get somewhere else, it's like where you are isn't good enough. So, like, technically, we're helping people escape facing their own feelings of dissatisfaction, kinda, right? Deb, what can Deb do? So, for like construction and hammering and jackhammering and stuff, you always see like construction workers with earplugs. So maybe, Deb, uh, I'm debating whether Deb like still maybe has one in, takes it out and goes, huh? And he's like, never mind. Or maybe she debates putting them in. Deb acts. Deb, dramatic flair. Puts her ear, I was gonna say earbuds, but they're earplugs in. Causing Steve and Sal to grab their guts and laughter. Tommy hiding his embarrassment under his own chuckle desperately tried to recover. Jesus. Desperately tried to recover. I'm serious. Do you ever not stop and think about what we're doing? Sal, the young gun. Now nearly finished with the peanut butter chocolate chip protein bar. Turn to speak to Tommy. When I first took this job, it felt weird, but powerful to be standing on a road. My whole life, my mama told me never to play in the road. Here I am. Tons of cars and trucks every day whipping by me at 70 miles per hour. I feel like I'm not supposed to be here, but I am. That's kind of cool. Whoops, sorry about the mic bump. So we've got the intellectual beatdown. Right? He's kind of chipping away at them. Moving on to my backup drink. This is my black cherry tea. That's kind of cool. And then we have the emotional, maybe the turn, like the turn could come from Steve. I think Steve, the oldest, stretched his back. Sorry, I'm being chastised by my dog. Come here. Up. This is Sugar, and she's whining because I won't give her attention, so I'm gonna go give her to her mother right now. One moment, please, and then I'll resume the story. Okay. Enough of this. We have to finish this story. Steve, the oldest, stretched his back and looked to the cloudy sky. I remember driving down the first road I ever laid. Told my wife and kids that this was, parenthetical, my road. They didn't seem to care all that much. And I remember the pride I took in it. So, I guess I see your point. The men all turned to Deb, waiting for her to share a little something. Deb scratched. She scratched the back of her neck. Kicked at a bit of debris on the site. And snorted. All I remember is back on I-90. Some of my blood and skin going to be forever going to be at mile marker 12 Some of my skin is going to be in that road forever. And this job doesn't pay me near enough to deal with you bunch of assholes. They all cackled as they resumed their lunch, slurping away at the liquid in their thermoses. Is that it? Thermoses? Dusting themselves off to... What else did I say? Dusting themselves off to... Ironically, dusting themselves off to clear away dirt. I don't mean to say ironic. It could just be ironic. Clearing away dirt. Dirty dirt. Learning. Before they headed back to the... So something like before they headed back to the tripods and put cones down on the temporary access road. Maybe the emotional turn is the invite. And crumpling. Their sandwich bags. I feel like I'm jumping forward in time. I need to stay here. But let's finish this off. Slithering away, rolling up their sandwich bags. Steve called out. Break time is over. Dusting themselves off to get back to clearing away dirt. Steve gave Tommy a quick slap on the back. You should join us for a happy hour. Brannigan's later. Tommy gave a smile and a nod. He put away his lunch pail. He put away his lunch pail and retied his shoes so they were tight on the bridge of his feet. He walked over to, tight on the bridge of his feet, pulling some orange cones off the service truck to lay down on the temporary service road. Tommy noticed Deb, Sal, and Stephen taking a moment to look out the tiny city below their overpass. Is there anything I can link it to? Deb said, as he passed by, he could hear Deb exclaim, "They look like micro machines." Okay, that's it for good, bad, the ugly, whatever it is. We have a roughly 2-page little short story here. Awesome. So I'll probably be reading this live later on the Vertical, but let me check the chat and just see how everybody else feels about it. Also, do we have time to give it a quick little read on live right here? Maybe? Let's see. Let's see what's happening in the chat real fast. Oh, Face Your Fear, hello there. What's up? The chat on the white background seems a bit too strenuous on the eyes. Other than that, I love the word miffed. Okay. Well, what's your suggestion? Would you like the chat larger so it's easier to read? Let me know. Let me know what you're thinking. Oh, and this looks terrible this whole time. Goddamn. All right. Well, that was it. That was a short story. I hope you enjoyed it. But it should have been easier for you to read. Something I could have done would be this. So you could see all of the text that I wrote. That's a shame. See you next time on the free writing session. But yeah, so sorry about that. If this is hard to read, does everybody else feel that way? I'm happy to make some adjustments if I could just figure out what's best for everybody. I'm happy to do that. And Gabe, yeah, screen ratio is fixed. Thanks for the compliments on the mic. I just did all the compressor stuff that my dear friend Gabriel recommended to me to do. There we go. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. So, real fast, let's just kind of like read through our story here. All this stuff is kind of notes and parameters that I gave myself, but Other than that, let's just do it. They looked like micro machines, the kind he used to play with when he was a kid. Little metal ants crawling to a smooth stop, then starting again, inching their way through the city. Tommy dusted off his hands on his work pants and stomped the dust from his work boots. It was time for lunch, and it was common practice to get bits of debris in his sandwich. Today, he was determined that the only crunchy bite he would take would be from the potato chips he wedged in between his bread. He ducked into the shadow of a large cement truck, the lumbering giant that was slowly turning, helping him and his crew develop this brand new overpass the city had voted to construct years prior. Eating alone, as always, Tommy caught a glimpse through the side mirror of Sal, a young 20-year-old who had just joined the team, sitting in the AC listening to music in his headphones. Steve, the foreman, a man who had overseen it all, called for everyone to be back on in 30 minutes. Steve joined Deb, the safety officer, for lunch often. They would swap snacks that their kids no longer found cool. Steve would give Deb a sugary energy drink in exchange for some candy bar that was no longer cool. A little repetitious there. Popular. Let's say fell out of popularity. No longer found cool. And last week was awesome, but this week had become dumb. Today was a bit different. When Steve and Deb asked Sal to join them in their scorching clique for lunch, Tommy found himself unexpectedly hurt. He had never been asked to lunch. He had always assumed everyone kept to themselves, did their work, ate their messy meals, and clocked out. Where was this sudden sense of camaraderie coming from? Tommy lifted himself from his makeshift hard hat chair, ventured over, and sat near their lunchtime semicircle. Gonna be a long one, huh? Tommy invited. Steve nodded in assurance. Sure will, before turning back to Deb and Sal. So usually we all meet up at Brannigan's. They got a 2-for-1 well cocktail happy hour. You should come. Tommy munched his sandwich, miffed at how they could ignore him so easily. He had worked with them for weeks. No one had ever mentioned happy hour, at least not out loud, or not out loud to him. Tommy dug around in his lunch pail, remembering he hadn't had time to eat the protein bar he had packed a few days before. It was a little smushed now, but edible and a combination of peanut butter and chocolate chip. This was his opportunity. Hey, does anyone want this protein bar? I'm not gonna eat it. It's, he pretended to not know the flavor. Chocolate chip and peanut butter? Deb scoffed. I have a peanut allergy. Deb hawked a loogie and spit it on the fresh strip of road. Sal smiled. I'll take it. And with that, Tommy forked over his protein bar and watched Sal turn his back on him and lean back into the conversation with Steve and Deb. What is their problem? Tommy thought to himself. I'm a nice guy. I show up one time. I don't piss anyone off. I do my work. I'm interesting. I think. Oh, God. Am I interesting? Tommy scooted a few inches closer to Sal, Deb, and Steve and waited for a lull in their conversation. When the moment presented itself, he racked his brain for the deepest thought he could muster. Funny how we spend all our time building something that thousands of people will use to make their lives easier, and no one will ever know our names. Steve raised an eyebrow, unsure of how to reply. Tommy, now invested, continued, I mean, we're spending our whole lives making it easier for people to get somewhere else. Like when you have to get somewhere else, it's like where you are isn't good enough. So, technically, we're helping people escape facing their own feelings of dissatisfaction, kinda. Right? Deb, with dramatic flair, puts her earplugs in, causing Steve and Sal to grab their guts in laughter. Tommy, hiding his embarrassment under his own chuckle, desperately tried to recover. I'm serious. Do you not stop and think about what we're doing? Sal, the young gun, now nearly finished with his peanut butter chocolate chip protein bar, turned to speak to Tommy. When I first took this job, it felt weird but powerful to be standing on a road. My whole life, my mama told me never to play on the road, but here I am, tons of cars and trucks every day whipping by me at 70 miles per hour. I feel like I'm not supposed to be here, but I am. That's kind of cool. Steve, the oldest, stretched his back and looked to the cloudy sky. I remember driving the first road I ever laid. Told my wife and kids that this was my road. They didn't seem to care all that much, but I remember the pride I took in it. So, I guess I see her point. The men all turned to Deb, waiting for her to share a little something. She scratched the back of her neck and kicked at a bit of debris on the sight, and snorted. All I remember is back on I-90 at mile marker 12, some of my blood and skin is going to be in that road forever. And this job doesn't pay me near enough to deal with you bunch of assholes. They all cackled as they resumed their lunch, slurping away at the liquid in their thermoses, crumpling up their sandwich bags. Steve called out, "Break time is over." Dusting themselves off to get back to clearing away dirt, Steve gave Tommy a quick slap on the back. "You should join us for happy hour at Brannigan's later." Tommy gave a smile and a nod. He put away his lunch pail and retied his shoes so they were tight on the bridge of his feet. Pulling some orange cones off the service truck to lay down on the temporary service road, Tommy noticed Deb, Sal, and Stephen all taking a moment to look out at the tiny city below their overpass. As he passed by, he could hear Deb exclaim, "They look like micro machines." Okay, this is your opportunity to save. Always save. That is the little free right there. For good, bad, ugly. That's a story we forced out in under an hour. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's I'm gonna rename this to what should we call this? Lunchtime high. Lunchtime on the overpass until I can figure out something a little more fun. Okay. Let me check the chat here. Everybody's still good, huh? Well, thank you guys for sticking around for that. Now it's time to do a little editing on the Ropesman's Tale. The Ropesman's Tale. There we go. Here it is. Some more work. More work to be done. Okay. So in this portion of the stream, we're going to be editing, I say we, me, but, you know, if anybody in the chat contributes, that's pretty cool too. Editing my novel, The Ropesman's Tale, the tale of Thomas Derrick, a footnote in history, a real person who I've taken creative license with to create their own story set during the backdrop of Robert Devereux's famous attempted coup/insurrection on Queen Elizabeth I in late 1500s, early 1600s England. Basically late 1500s. This whole ordeal ended around 1601. But let's take a look at everything. This is it. This is what we're working on. I always put the edit line where I've stopped from the last stream. We're on chapter 22 out of 30. I still have some notes for myself for like bigger structural fixes that upon this pass I've decided that I'd like to do. But here it is. Work, nevertheless. So let us begin on chapter 22. No longer need to know where we were, because here we are. The fire had been stoked too high for polite company. It turned the room humid, made the, must have been silver is what I was trying to write, silver sweat, and pressed into the edges of conversation like a weight no one acknowledged. I don't like this. I have a tendency to overwrite whenever I'm not being rushed, and I have to scale things back. The roast was half gone, the wine decanted too early. Frances had tried her best. Cinnamon apples, a woven crust, but the warmth on the table didn't quite reach the people around it. Devereaux carved his venison in even, quiet slices. He hadn't touched the wine. Across from him, Sir Francis Walsingham leaned back in his chair, watching the flame rise behind Devereaux's shoulder. There was no hostility in his eyes, just assessment. "What plans have you made, Robert?" Walsingham asked casually, now that the court has shifted its gaze elsewhere. The Queen's memory is long, yes, but not always kind. This is... We did some updates in earlier chapters that invalidate him asking this anymore. For those of you just tuning in, also, Sir Walsingham is Devereaux's father-in-law and also ex-spy master to the Queen. So whenever you're trying to stage a coup, it is not in your best interest to give too much away to the father-in-law who has sworn loyalty to the Queen and helps her engage in espionage. "What plans have you made, Robert?" Walsingham asked casually. Devereaux didn't answer at first. He finished slicing the last piece of meat on his plate and laid the knife flat with care. "I hadn't realized my future was still a subject of interest," he said, his voice level. "I assumed disgrace made a man dull." "Not dull," Walsingham replied, dabbing his mouth, "just difficult to place. No office, no income, no army. A man might feel untethered." That's what I meant to write there. Untethered and adrift are the same. Let's just go, might feel adrift. That's when ambition grows teeth. Ambition grows teeth. I wonder how old the expression... How old is the expression idle hands are the devil's plaything, or idle hands, devil's, whatever. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Let's see. 4th century theologian St. Jerome, the Canterbury Tales. Oh, I can use this. The phrases devil's workshop or devil's tools became common variations by the mid-1800s, so still could be a little anachronistic. So what's the original version of Idle Hands are the Devil's Workshop. It's in Latin. An ungodly man may diggeth up evil, and his lips there is a burning fire. Idle hand. Let's see, the Canterbury Tales. And therefore saith to do some good deeds, that the devil, which is our enemy, not find you unoccupied. I like the idea of maybe just using this direct quote from the Canterbury Tales. Do some good deeds, and then it's a quote within a quote. Do some good deeds, that the devil, which is our enemy, not find you unoccupied. Okay. I hadn't realized my future was still a subject of interest, he said, his voice level. I assumed disgrace made a man dull. Not dull, Walsingham replied, dabbing at his mouth, just difficult to place. Not dull, Walsingham replied, dabbing at his mouth. No office, no income, no army. A man might feel adrift. Do some good deeds, that the devil, which is our enemy, not find you unoccupied. Devereux sat quietly. The tension turned the air a shade darker. Frances, sensing the shift, folded her napkin and forced lightness into her voice. Father, really, you speak as though Robert engineered his own fall from favor. She smiled, too wide. You forget, half the city... I don't think I need a M dash there, but... You forget, half the city seems to think the Queen's lost her reason. I've heard whispers at the bakery, the milliners. That she's ruled too long, that her ear has been poisoned by her advisers. Walsingham gave her a look, gentle but pointed. And do you think gossip makes a case? No, she said, her smile flickering. Only that... this overwritten still. No, she said. Only that not all the blame belongs to Robert, that's all. Walsingham refilled his wine, but didn't drink. We've heard some rumors, he said, but when they repeat with such precision, one begins to suspect they aren't whispers at all. They're smoke trails, which means somewhere someone is fanning a flame. I feel like this chapter's out of place. I think Devereux. Hold on, I'm making a note. Chapter 22 needs to happen before Dev and Thomas cross paths at the castle. Okay. some structural things. This is feeling a little out of place. This chapter needs to happen 1 or 2 chapters earlier. Okay. Okay, so let's keep going, though. We're looking kind of for trying to get rid of overwritten things. We're trying to pull out Elizabethan language to make this text more approachable, and just kind of being pickier about some word choices. So, but when they repeat with such precision, one begins to suspect they aren't whispers at all. They're smoke trails, which means someone is fanning a flame. His gaze lingered on Devereaux for a beat too long. I don't like describing things as a beat. That's kind of a placeholder. And overwritten. His gaze lingered on Devereaux. Lingering is the beat. Devereaux met it, unblinking. Frances broke the silence. "Have you heard the one about the priest and the piglet?" she blurted. "It's indecent, but very clever." "You'll excuse me," Devereaux said, rising smoothly. "I've had too much wine, perhaps. A moment." He nodded and stepped out of the dining room, letting the tension trail behind him like a cloak. The hallway was cold, dark, and quiet. Only the distant crackle of the dining room fire followed him, muffled by plaster and distance. Devereaux walked past the stairwell, past a gilt-framed portrait of Frances as a girl, and paused in front of the heavy oak door with the iron keyplate. Sir Francis's study. He didn't hesitate. "Oh, here?" Here I've been making the adjustment about... I'm trying to be a little bit more rigorous to history. It's making it a little harder, to be honest with you, but Devereaux's under house arrest at this point in real life. And so to have him at Sir Walsingham's house was this plot device that I orchestrated. But it doesn't work anymore. It just doesn't work anymore. Let's read through it and see if I could change it to something else. Maybe Sir Francis had kept something, or maybe the new placement of this chapter. I don't know. Only the distant crackle of the dining room fire followed him, muffled by plaster and distance. Overwritten. Devereaux walked past the stairwell. "Incomplete, hey, what's up?" "What's the goal of the script?" I'm on page 17. The goal is to finish and to tell a good joke. I said to tell a good joke, to tell a good story, actually. Let's see, I got Incomplete, I got Me Off, I got Mookie, I got The Terrible Novelist here. Yeah, same goals as always, right? Tell a good story. But other than that, we're just editing, right? We're in the editing phase of this novel. No script work yet. We'll be doing script work at the end, kind of, for the digital writer's room that I'll be doing. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee, ooh-wee. Okay, so let's... kind of hung up on this because this is a major rewrite. Let's see. Devereaux walked past the stairwell, past a gilt-framed portrait of Francis. Yeah. Sir Francis's study. He didn't hesitate. The latch clicked softly as he entered. The room was colder than the rest of the house, as if Walsingham had ordered the hearth kept low to preserve the books. Shelves lined every wall, names and spines in Latin, Green, Hebrew. Files arranged with ruthless precision. No candles on it, just gray daylight. No candles lit, just gray daylight pressing through a tall, thin window. Devereux had been here before, once, years ago. He remembered the map of London on the back wall, pinned with brass tacks and silk thread routes connecting known traders and rumors yet unproven. It had been like looking at the inside of his father-in-law's brain. Now the map was gone. In its place, a painting of a falcon mid-dive. He moved quietly, deliberately, to the desk. It was a heavy walnut piece, polished and severe. The surface was immaculate, an inkwell capped in pewter, parchment stacked square, quill sharpened and aligned to the edge with military precision. He tried the center drawer, locked, of course. He smiled to himself, still careful, even in your own house. He crouched beside the desk and ran his fingers beneath the lip, hoping for a simple catch or hidden mechanism. Nothing. He rocked back on his heels and exhaled slowly through his nose. Devereux scanned the room. One shelf stood out, lower than the others, waist height, tucked just left of the fireplace. The books were there. The books there were all false bindings, decorative, useless. He knelt in front of it and began pressing his fingers to the rood. The third panel from the bottom had the faintest give. He pushed. It slid open with a glided whisper. It slid open. So much overwritten stuff here. He pushed. It slid open. Behind it, tucked into a notch, was a small silver key. The Queen's insignia, lion and rose, was etched into the handle. He stood, key in hand, hard ready, back at the desk. He fit it into the drawer's lock. It turned without resistance, like it had been waiting. Inside the drawer, a velvet-lined box, square and heavy, and at its center, nestled in royal blue, was Walsingham's private council seal. The last time he'd seen that seal in use, it had summoned men to die. Devereux slowly reached in and took what he needed. He laid the parchment flat on the desk and weighed the corners down with a blotter and a book of verses he knew Walsingham never actually read. The quill was always trimmed, and the ink freshly black. Devereux dipped the pen and waited just for a moment for the excess to drip. Then he wrote. Not with speed, but with precision. The language came easily. He'd read enough decrees, sat through enough council briefings, studied enough royal missives to know the tone by heart, restrained, lawful, almost bored by its own authority. To the office of the royal executioner, by order of the Crown and the Queen's Privy Council, you are hereby commanded to carry out the sentence of death on a traitor to the realm, deemed guilty of inciting unrest, heresy, and sedition against Her Majesty's rule. How else can Devereux get his seal if he's under... I don't know. This is an interesting one. Part of me thinks that this should be Francis. And I know there's two Francises. This is really confusing because there's one Francis I.S., who is Sir Francis Walsingham, and there's Francis E.S., which is his daughter, married to Devereux. But my problem-solving brain tells me that we don't really need to see how he has acquired one of these seals. We know that he was in good favor from the Queen a long time ago, but and that he was a favorite. But if But if Francis is discovering this, I don't know. See, here Devereaux's taking action and moving the plot forward. He's moving the story along. He's using Francis's family for his own nefarious benefit, getting something that's going to affect our protagonist. And then if I make Francis the one doing this, she's discovering something that's already happened. The audience maybe learns a little bit more about Devereaux's plan, but that was going to happen anyway. And then the only action that's being taken is that Devereaux's wife is choosing to remain inactive. And I just don't think that's the stronger choice here. I don't know. I almost kind of don't even know if I need this chapter. I wanted to build... Why did I have this chapter in the first place? I wanted to build a sense of Devereaux's life at home and what he was dealing with, how he felt cornered and small, to kind of continue to explain his motivation for why he's taking such big risks in his life. This could have been an overcorrection, because I remember trying to create this because he seemed too two-dimensional. He seemed like a Will Ferrell character in the first draft, you know, just like confidently ignorant and just so full of himself and pure ego. That he seemed almost comedic, but we know him to be deeper than that. We can assume all people are a little deeper than that. A poll for what? Incomplete, like page count? I don't do page counts. I'll be honest with you. I try and tell the best story, and based on whether it's under 90,000 words or over 90,000 words at the end, I'll just know if I've written a novel or novella. I try and tell the best story. I feel like if I'm trying to overdo it on words and try and get to a novel size count of words, then I'm being superfluous. It slows down the pace, and then I'm coming up with things to get in the way of the story to reach a page count, and I don't really operate that way. I want you to sit down, I want you to read this, I want you to feel like you're flying through the story. Quite honestly. For who should say it? For who should say what? Because right now we're kind of trying to figure out who is breaking into the study, but I don't think we need to break into a study. Remember, Devereaux's under house arrest. So what I really need to do is to problem solve this is... let me go to my notes and see if I can find anything on my notes about the time period. Okay. This is tough because this is where I take creative liberty. With a liberty. Uh, man. If it were closer to the truth, a story would just take place over years and be a really long wait before any sort of action happens. So, just need to. So, if I'm already taking creative liberty, then I need to focus on something else. Like, well, if I'm already kind of like lying about what's happened here, let me create another lie, right? So, a different lie that suits the new situation I've put myself in. So, right now, if Devereaux's under house arrest, then maybe instead of stealing the Queen's seal, he can get somebody else to steal the Queen's seal, or forgery, like maybe Devereaux has been tinkering away at his at this little project of his, carving out a rough seal from memory while he has nothing to do. Like he can't escape his house, but he still has all the luxuries of things that you have in a house. He's not allowed to leave the property, but he could do things. Maybe he already has something from his days of spending time with the Queen that he can use to like recreate it, like an old letter, or maybe he uses, or maybe like spends a lot of time like slowly peeling away an old seal and like using a candle's flame to like seal it with roughly the same emblem to give it to Thomas Derrick to execute this thing that kicks off the whole coup. Let's see. Ink and Play says, I'm a word count person in novels, but scripts are different. Gotcha. Yeah. Word count. Yeah, it's interesting. You should always have like a goal for yourself, and everybody works differently. I would be interested to read what your novels read like. Whenever you're trying to reach a word count goal, right? Like do you find that your writing is maybe overwritten? Could you say things in a more concise way? Do you feel like it takes a lot of time to move through a chapter or through your story? Or how do you find that it affects your writing? I'm just that curious. Okay, so maybe something that he can use as the Queen's seal that's not a seal, right? Maybe there's a statue or an old gift, a gift that he had taken from the castle, the Queen's seal that he can use, like the base of a... Oh, geez, I just don't know. Let me see. Maybe I can get something like... Was the Queen's seal ever used on other objects? Not the Queen's, but was Queen Elizabeth I seal ever used on other objects beside her signet ring? but one of the more common seals was made by rings, usually embossing the piece of the ring. Yes, Queen Elizabeth I seals were used in a wide variety of official objects and documents. The most significant was the Great Seal of England, a massive two-sided matrix that was applied to important state documents using green, red, or blue wax. The Great Seal matrix and burse. The silver matrix of the Great Seal was carried by a highly decorative embroidered purse or burse by the Lord Chancellor. These burses were often replaced and served as a symbolic protected container for the seal. So if there were multiple seals, wax impressions, pendant seals, the Great Seal was not pressed directly onto paper, but rather wax was impressed by the metal matrix. This doesn't help me. Oh, besides the Great Seal, Elizabeth used smaller personal privy seals for documents that she authorized directly. Memento mori seals. Seals sometimes bore specific symbolic imagery, such as a skull with the roads in our memento mori. Remember that you will die. Often used to authenticate documents related to piety or to secure personal correspondence. Interesting. Okay, so if there's multiple seals, I wonder if there's a chance for him to swipe it. Let's see. Maybe... There would only be one chance for him to swipe it, and that would be whenever he walked into her private chambers and he got smacked. But I don't think he would have known to have taken it in that moment. I think he has to bribe someone, get one of his lackeys to do it, get one of his lackeys to bribe a Lord Chancellor or maybe a clerk. Okay. Maybe taking an impression. So if Sir Francis comes to dinner and he's carrying an office seal, The Great Seal was a huge deal, and its security was entrusted to the Lord Keeper Chancellor. It's not something someone would casually have at dinner. Also, the three seal systems matter. The Great Seal is bound to routine and rules. And the other seals do faster, more confidential work. So, keep the same seal decree, but you can make the document explicitly a Privy Council order rather than the Queen's seal. Um, hmm. Yeah, a clerk. Hmm. Man, there's so many options. I just kind of feeling stuck on what I should choose. Yeah, come here. Sorry, this dog is squeaking at me. I don't know if you can hear. What should we do, Sugar? Should we have Devereaux just bribe a clerk? I would like to keep the thread insular, right? Like if we can use a character that we've already established, then they seem more purposeful. Like we introduced them for a reason, right? Like Sir Francis Walsingham. Okay, well that kind of tells me that. So instead of some nameless clerk, maybe it's Walsingham has um, some sort of signet ring or some sort of office seal on him for some reason, and Devereaux can take a impression of it as opposed to sneaking over to his office looking for something, you know. And it's not the Great Seal, which we've learned. It's like some sort of smaller one that means more confidential, faster work. I think that might be the way to do it. But I can't write with you in my hands, can I? No. No, Daddy needs to tap away on his little keyboard. Daddy needs to tap away on his little keyboard. Thank you, Sugar. Appreciate you. Okay, thank you for your writing advice. Um, so all this hard work gone. Jeez. Well, that's what editing is for. My God. I already have Walsingham's private counsel seal. That's basically what I want. So I can do this without. I don't even need this for polite company. It turned the room humid. They get up. And you think gossip makes a case? No. Perhaps a moment. This can be here. Just don't need Francis's study. So that was a lie, told without shame. He hadn't touched the wine. I just want to make sure I didn't have him drinking it up here. He hadn't touched the wine. Move that down. Okay. He stepped out. He nodded and stepped out of the dining room, letting the tension trail behind him. Don't need that. I feel like I've used the... I love the visual of a cloak, but too much. I feel like that's like one of the 4th or 5th references I've made to somebody in a cloak. Also, we should bring back cloaks. The hallway was cold, dark, and quiet. Deborah walked past the stairwell. I don't need this iron key. I like this idea of Francis as a little girl. And then here, basically from here down, is going to be new. Let's see. He walked as if he had nowhere to be. His only intention was to relieve himself of targeted conversation. Maybe I think we know this. I just wrote that beat. Already overwriting. No, let's get him to... Let's just get him to the room and take the fucking thing. So he just needs to be out of earshot, eyesight of Francis. Both Francises. He... meander down a passage or the back of the house. And entered a modest room without lighting, without even lighting a candle. Almost like a coat room is what I'm thinking. Like, so what does a coat room look like in Elizabethan England? Or Essex House coat room look like in Essex House Elizabethan England? Wow. I don't know how accurate this is, but I'm getting a lot of pictures of Essex House. And obviously, the Elizabethan room. Oh, on it. That's kind of cool. So I'm seeing like an antique chair, high back chair with a lamp. I'm seeing carved wooden walls. I'm seeing a big rug. I'm seeing a big, almost chest level fireplace, hearth. I'm seeing dark reds in the color scheme. I'm seeing what else looks good. It's a combination of wood floors and rugs. I don't know how. Accurate this is, but I like the vibe. Mookie says writing can be a painful way too often. And hello all. Yes, thank you for greeting us with those words of wisdom. That is true. Gabe says 90 and 120 pages in 1 minute a page. So Gabriel is saying art here is talking about a screenplay format. Yeah, that's usually the length of your average screenplay is somewhere between 90 and 120. Of course, exceptions are made all the time. Of course, it's budget meeting time. Of course, of course. Don't worry. I'm trying to figure out something basically impossible here. I gotta say, it's going pretty slow on this fucking novel edit. This one chapter is gonna be very difficult because I don't know what Francis has like in a coat in his coat room. There. In the banal quiet of the coat room. Devereaux saw it. So Francis. For all his expertise in espionage, entrusted the had but one fatal flaw. Fatal flaw is a little... It's too harsh. Let me get a synonym for flaw. About one weakness. His trust in his daughter. Left in the left without a second thought. In their coat room. Is coat room one or two words? One? Yeah. Ooh, another word for cloakroom. I can use my cloak word again. Is that his belongings? his belongings. So jeez. How's it going out there, huh? Guys, this one's a tough one. I don't think I was ready for this today, to be honest. Let's see. Hung his belongings. So let's get a seal in his coat. Moving immediately. Devereaux's hands. Nor in pockets. Sorted through his I did not know what he was looking for until he found it. And then how do I say this? And then it'll be like an M dash, and it'll be like the seal, the signet. Oh, what's it called? Is it just in his... like half hidden in its folds? Was a small leather pouch. He opened it. Inside lay a seal matrix in its case, plain, worn at the handle, a kind of object that looked unimpressive until it touched wax. Devereaux had seen it before. And we know Elizabeth's seal, the lion, the Tudor rose. The Queen's seal. So let's talk about how we might get this seal copied. You'll need something like candle wax or beeswax or geez, I don't know. I was thinking about that pencil over paper kind of situation, but you need impressions. You need to cast a mold. You need like plaster or something like that. I think maybe a household candle, right? Ooh, okay. Okay. So what if he? I'm actually gonna tell him. I'm actually gonna maybe write it that he has lit a candle, and then we can get a knife or something sharp, or even his fingernail to scrape some of the wax off of the candle, mold it in his hands, maybe over the flame. I'm just trying to think of like how would MacGyver do this, like with something that he had. So he has a bunch of wax, he has fire, and he can kind of like lightly start to warm it up over the flame, press it into the seal, peel it off, and now he has a forged copy of the Elizabethan seal. But I want to make sure I have him light that candle. You'll excuse me, blah, blah, blah. Lit candle in hand. There, in the banal quiet of the coat room, Devereaux saw it. Sir Francis, for all of his expertise in espionage, had but one weakness: his trust in his daughter. Left. This is kind of an M- situation. His trust in his daughter. Left without a second thought in their cloakroom hung his belongings. I'll say his belongings. Left without a second thought hung in their cloakroom, I think is a better way to say it. Jesus. Moving immediately, Devereaux's hands sorted through Walsingham's pockets. He did not know what he was looking for until he found it, half hidden in its folds. Half hidden in its folds was a small leather pouch. He opened it. Inside lay a seal matrix in its case, plain, worn at the handle. The kind of object that looked unimpressive until it touched wax. Don't need this. Devereaux had seen it before. The lion, the Tudor rose, the Queen's seal. Devereaux looked around the room. Formulating a plan. Second by second. His eyes stopped on the very candle he was holding. The wax was clean and pale. Beeswax. He turned the candle in his hand. And scraped his thumbnail down the side, peeling off thin curls. He fell into his palm. Then, holding them over the flame, he pressed them together, rolling wax between his fingers. Until it softened. Then. Working quickly, Devereaux pressed the wax, the warmed wax, onto the seal. He held it there for a count of 1, 2, 3, then lifted. The impression was sharp. The lion, the rose, it was all there for the taking. Devereaux slid the wax mold into handkerchief. Oops. Tucked it into his pocket and returned the seal to its case. He opened the door and stepped out into the corridor with nothing in his hands and nothing on his face. Dinner table. Frances was still talking, still performing for her father. Devereaux walked back at an unhurried pace. His heart throbbing. Underneath his, I don't know, dress shirt. Smock, not a smock, blouse, smock, or a basic linen undershirt was the precursor to a modern dress shirt, simply as a shirt for men and a smock or shift for women. I guess just shirt. Okay, cool. The wax mold in his pocket weighed no more than a coin, but was infinitely more valuable. I do think I need to write this thing. Where'd it go? He ducked into his study. Okay. His mind wheeling. Finally, he ducked to his study and began to draft a letter. Decree that would set to motion his redemption. Set his own redemption. Set his redemption into motion. To the office of the Royal Executioner, by the order of the Crown and the Queen's Privy Council, you are hereby commanded to carry out the sentence of death on a traitor to the realm deemed guilty of inciting unrest, heresy, and sedition against Her Majesty's rule. The script was flawless, familiar. The real weight came when he reached the end where the signature should be. He hesitated, not from fear, but from reverence. Not from gross. Then he reached for the seal. And here, he doesn't know. Okay. That makes sense to me. What is it, 2:30? We did one chapter. That was a hard chapter. It still might belong somewhere else. Maybe it doesn't need to be moved now, actually. Chapter 23, The Honored of Edward Marlowe. Let's take a look at this. Maybe it does. Man. It's a lot. It's a lot. Let's take a small break and check to the chat. How's it going out there, huh? How are you guys doing? Just wanted to say hello. How are you? How's your Tuesday? 3. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cut book editing a little early today so we can do our writer's room early so I can do some vertical video stuff early. Okay, so that was editing a chapter of a novel. Some pretty significant changes there. Have a feeling that I'll be visiting this again in the future. It takes so long to be happy with something, right? Well, I hope you enjoyed it, but thanks for sticking around for the novel editing portion of The Ropesman's Tale, and next week we'll tackle chapter 23. Okay. Let's do our break, huh? Let's do our break and just crash the pets 2 hours yesterday. I raged chess for 9 hours and ended up screwing up my sleep schedule. I didn't know you could rage chess. Seems like an oxymoron, but I guess it's possible. Y'all, let's take a quick little break, hydration break, pet break, and we'll jump into the writer's room early because I want to do a little vertical live streaming, and I hope you guys meet me on that a little bit later. But you know what it is. You know what time it is. It's time for our quick hydration break.
Hey everybody, let's take a break. Get up and stretch your legs. Give your pet a scratch, drink some water. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes or so. the break is done. I hope you had some fun. I'm feeling great, can't procrastinate, cause I should be writing, so let's get back to the
Oh my god. I just got back here, and my dog, who's, by the way, today is her gotcha day, is whining at me. Okay, she went to the other room. Maybe she's picking up. No, not picking up on the subtle cues. Sugar? Oh my goodness. Being a parent is hard, I must say. Where did it go? Can y'all hear her? Can you hear? See here. Why is she so squeaky today? There it is. Got that for her there. And my freeform. Gotta love freeform. We finished our last writer's room. So we get to start on something brand new today. Get it all centered up here. How was everybody's break? Ooh. That's off. 1 second. All right. That makes a little more sense spatially, I believe. So welcome to this week's welcome to this week's Digital Writers Room. Glad you're here with me. Let me check the chat here. I know Mookie went to the budget meeting. Squirrels Rage played some chess. 3-minute matches, it gets competitive. I see. Wow. That kind of gives me an idea. Only the first inkling of one, but here we have, let me get some bold text. Let's left justify everything. And then also one, I don't know what this is, but really angry, at a non-angry job, event, game, right? You tell me you're playing a rage chess? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's rage chess. I can blow that out into something. There we go. But for all of the other writers, pitch me something, you know? Do we have any notes in our notes app? Last week's digital writer session, we went back and got some old ideas that didn't quite make the cut, put them up against one another. Ended up having something kind of fun happen. Let's see. I'll go through my old notes too. There's always a bunch. Oh, jeez. Kidnap a pop star for a cameo? I guess you just pay for a cameo. I think I might have made this note before Cameo came out. This is how old some of these are. I have one note here that just says sudden death. Real helpful, Derek. Hmm. Yeesh. Okay, here's a weird one that's just out of nowhere. Whoops. Campaigns to win over the citizens of hell. I don't know what that means. But like, maybe let's try and keep it also grounded in reality. I like the idea of like, hey, something we can shoot. Superhero that has no time to be super. Too involved in the capitalist rat race. Have time. I guess that. So, are worried more about getting their kids to soccer practice in time, on time, their 401ks. Feels familiar. Feels like maybe an Incredibles opening or something. Story idea, man. Because getting a fakes. I don't know, it'd be kind of fun to do something a little surreal. Let's see. Scroll says, yeah, what happens is I lose 6 matches in a row, then when I win only 1, it isn't satisfying enough. Maybe I only beat the person on time, or they resign in a bad manner kind of a way, putting me in check while they're in a losing position and quitting. It's like gambling. Oh, yeah. You're never going to fill that holes, Scrolls. Never going to fill that holes, Scrolls. But maybe we could do it by creating something. You never know. Writing has that kind of ability. Mookie says, what are we doing? Any theme for this pitch session? We're doing what we always do, Mook. We're going to just kind of pitch ideas. However, I would like to keep it something that maybe we could shoot, right? We kind of got away from that the last 2 sessions. But let's think of something of like that me and Gabe can maybe like knock out. Like 2 guys in a room. But let's make it a little surreal, right? Like what's odd about something? Like, are we experiencing time in reverse? hours or something, you know? Guys, I don't know what that means. We could figure it out. But well, I don't know. Let's think. Let's use our brains here. I don't know what would be the interesting part of that. I'd love to hear from the digital writers room, though. Anybody out there kicking around some ideas? Let's play off of some things that you're thinking of. What I really like about what Scrolly is saying is that he's just kind of giving us his real life, and I like it. I like the rageful chess player, you know. Mookie, tell me, like, how did that budget meeting go? Like, what are some points of contention? Can we turn real life relationships into a little 5-pager? Okay, here we go. It's funny that you said that after I asked the question. I know it wasn't related to it. Like, your budget meeting was not about laces. Has always worn Velcro. Must learn laces. So almost going back to Scrolls, what you're saying is treating chess like an addiction. I'm addicted to chess. Hey man, you got any pawns on you? You know, that could be something kind of fun to play around with. Hold on, I have to bribe my dog with a treat. Real nice. If he didn't whine so much. And I know I'm rewarding the bad behavior, but guys, I have to get through this stream. You're very important to me. Okay, let's keep kicking it. Kicking some stuff around. Nobody has any life experience? Has anybody have a terrible boss at work, or is going through a relationship, something or other? Lay it on me. Let's turn it into a story. You know, you can say, I knew a guy. I have a friend of a friend who. Doesn't matter. Mookie says, someone I work with who is constantly asking me to fix his computer and other problems has just purchased a home 3 houses away from me. I expect there to be trouble. And that's real life. Oh, that's funny. Coworker becomes neighbor. And then there's some dynamics about how that when a coworker becomes a neighbor. When a needy coworker becomes a neighbor. I can already think of like fun examples, like Um, the still needs IT help. Do you have any staples? Office supplies. Did you see Game of Thrones? And this, I know Game of Thrones is over. But it's like early water cooler talk, right? Like, hey man, you gotta save some of this conversation for the office. We're not gonna have anything to talk about during Monday's budget meeting or whatever. That's fun. I love that. Thank you, Mook, for sharing that. That's fantastic. Anybody else? What I like about the real life experience is like finding what's interesting about them. To you, they're just something that happened in life, right? But to us, they're fun, they're interesting, they're playful. It may cause me to move away. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was kind of a nightmare scenario. You know what, Mook? It might be fun to shoot it like a horror movie. Right? Shot like a horror movie? Could be a fun way to play it. As Jordan Peele says, horror is just comedy with a score underneath it. I'd like to get to 7-8, do some voting. But right now, I'm telling you, as a person who's like running a writer's room, 6 has the most juice. It's based in real life. And yeah, I know Scrolls is based in real life too. But Scrolls is kind of one-sided. This one has what I like about this one is that it's real life and has like a relationship dynamic, like clear. It's very clear. It's independence versus codependence. And and a million questions that you can ask whenever the workplace dynamic moves into your home life. I will not be able to wash my car outside of the home while wearing my short shorts. Shh. Yeah, Mook, you have to move. You have to be able to wear the short shorts. Otherwise, what's the point of life? All right. Scroll says, I was thinking the two could combine. The person who is living at home may be addicted to a non-abrasive game after work, then the coworker moves close by, so this spiral happens. It could be something. I would say it might be a lot for 5 pages. It would almost be like just giving... You know what it could do though, Scrolls? You're kind of inspiring me here. I think what it could be is a nice like beginning and end. That would be interesting to bookend with it, right? So let me pull up my freeform. There's something about. It almost makes me think we should just jump into this. But remember how whenever I free write, I have a beginning, I have a middle, and I have an end before I write to give us like the parameters. I just kind of like to know where I'm going. I don't really care how I get there. That can be inspired. That can be the creative juice. But we have a lonely guy playing chess online. And at the end, we have 2 guys playing chess with each other, right? We can use that as a little bit of a inspiration, a springboard. So you know what? We're going to go ahead and I'm going to call it. I'm calling it without voting. We're going to go with idea number 6. Whoops. Didn't realize where I was on my page here. Let me zoom out a little bit. Everybody still read that? Now, so, you know, we have beginning, but of course this is Act 1. We have Act 2. And we have Act 3. What I'd like to start doing with you now is start pitching ideas that you see in this scenario. And then we're going to start putting them in little sticky notes here. We have 2 characters. Let's go ahead and name them. If it's something that Gabe and I are going to shoot, I would just say let's go with 2 guys, right? If you don't mind. Let's see. How about... I'm looking around, I'm like, I can't name a guy a Lamp, can I? Oh, let's take an author. Robert Penn Warren is the writer of All the King's Men. So we're going to call one guy Rob, one guy Warren. And Rob just wants to play online chess at home alone. But Warren is codependent. Or I'll just say, what's a positive way to say needy? Because we don't want to make our maybe easily attached. That's good. Because I think about Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. John Candy's character, while making Steve Martin's character feel like he was living in hell, while he did want company, he was also kind of fiercely not needy. He was almost overly supportive in a way that allowed him to get what he wanted. Sometimes our characters can get a little bit more depth to them if we do that, if we kind of treat them not as the bad guy, right? We have two heroes of their own story that happen to be living in one. So we have Rob, we have Warren, easily attached, who just wants someone to talk to. They have 2 interesting ways about going to get what they want. Of course, number 1, Rob trying to solve these problems as quick as possible so he can go back to being alone, versus Warren, who is constantly maybe looking for problems, even subconsciously, so he can have a reason to interact with another human being. You're giving him last names, Mook? Fantastic. Warren, Scott, and Robert Timmons. Cool. Cool. I don't think we'll need their last names, but I love the amount of depth you're willing to go into. We're really turning them into fully realized characters. So I'll go ahead and put them here, but whenever we write the script, I'll probably just call him Rob. Don't be offended if I don't use the last name. We have Warren, Scott. Okay. So we have lonely guy playing chess online. So we say lonely, but it's not lonely. Some people like being alone. Rob wants How do we make this to where it's not sad? Rob finally has a day off from work and can't wait to go online and play chess. The chat says, just to add into the mood board based on what it felt like playing, seeing the analog clock to my right ticking and melting away time, a feeling of dread as I know I have life slipping away. Oh, interesting. So, remind me, Mook, because I'm not a chess player. I've played chess, but I've never played with like a clock. Excuse me, a clock that you stop and start and stop and start. What are the rules for time? Because that could be an interesting element to add to the script. And we're always looking for, like, quote unquote, a ticking clock, like the sense of stakes. If this doesn't happen by this time, this is going to happen. It creates urgency, right? Which is fun to watch. So let's say that there is an element. Hopefully we can work it in. The chess clock is consistently pressed on and off. I don't know how the chess clock works. I would have to look it up, but I imagine you're gonna explain it to me. So Rob finally has a day off work. Can't wait to go online and play chess. It's kind of like that ding-dong co-worker at the door moment. What are you doing here? I just moved in next door, right? We have that, like, we have to explain to the audience the setup, the inciting incident. Your coworker just moved next door to you. And then try and excuse yourself back. Rob gets back to his... Oh, you know, he maybe makes the fatal mistake. Well, if you ever need anything, just let me know. Right? That casual throwaway thing that gets us all into a little bit of trouble. Well, you said we would do lunch. Oh, yeah, but I didn't mean that I actually wanted to get out and do lunch. So Scroll says, this clock is one where you set it to 3 minutes or agreed time, then you tap it, play your piece, tap again to pause. Another player has to tap as soon as you pause. I've never done it, but watched a ton of pros play for a while. There's a growing competitive scene on YouTube. Interesting. Okay. Well, maybe this clock fits into our story. Maybe it doesn't, but I like it. I like the idea. I also like the idea of theme. Let's fold theme back in. So we have Rob can speak in chess terms, game theory, when possible. You know, in an attempt to give our characters different voices. That could be fun. And then what else though? Like Rob has a bunch of stuff. Rob wants to play chess. His want is to stay home and play online. He speaks in chess and in game theory. He's a little bit of a chess nerd. But let's build out Mr. Warren Scott here, more so than just the last name, which I love, Mookie. What What does he want? How does he talk? What's his deal? How do we picture the type of guy that Warren Scott is? Is he our version of John Candy in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and Rob being our Steve Martin archetype, if you will? Let's focus on Warren and what he's up to and why he is so dependent, attached, easily attached. Let's see. This chat says Boet's sisters, the rivalry between Magnus Carlsen, and Hans Niemann popularized it. Boet's sisters. Okay, Scrolls, I appreciate that, but I also don't really know what you mean. What does that mean? This is kind of like a non sequitur. So is that a thing on YouTube? Is it something that you want me to use in the writer's room? Is it, you know what I mean? Give me some context for what you're thinking. It was a follow-up to the comment above. Okay. So the Botez sisters are YouTube chess players? But cool. Let's keep going. Let's think about Warren, writer's room. This Warren Scott character. Okay, what we do know about Mr. Warren Scott is that he just moved to a new neighborhood. Why does someone move? You know? I like the idea of maybe Warren moved to closer to his older parents, or take care of them, maybe. And so what he really needs is a friend. He has this guy from work, and he lives in this neighborhood, and he doesn't know anybody his own age. But hey, like you said you live here. It was so nice to see you. I saw you in your short shorts, hosing off your car, and I thought I'd come by and say hello and howdy neighbor. You know, we're already co-workers and share nearby cubicle space, and now this. Like, oh God, come on. Okay, so we have everything that we need for our Act 1. We have everything pretty well set up. Act 2 are the fun and games, right? What is Warren going to keep doing? What are the reasons that Warren can find to come over and bother Rob? Things, and they have to escalate. So what we can do is we can pitch ideas for reasons for Warren to come. We'll pick 3 of the best ones and put them in an escalating order. Let's do that. So let's do another little text tab here. Let's justify. Let's pull this up so it's easier to read. 1. I need help getting my computer to turn on. This also makes me think that Warren Scott is older. Even if slightly. If he's... Suronova, what's up? What an exciting way to enter the chat. How you doing? Mookie, when he needs some attention, he starts a conversation with, I hate to ask you this. I'm going to ask you for a favor. Oh, I like that. So, I know exactly what you're talking about, Mook. the way that Warren speaks. And I hate to ask you this, if you don't mind. While you're up, could you you know, those little things. Oh, whoops. Put that there. Asking to take the kid to school this one time? What an... Oh my god, is that real? Asked to take his kid to school? That is very crazy. What else? Oh, he speaks slowly. Oh, I almost missed that one. That's a good one, Mook. I like that a lot. Warren speaks slowly. Can't get to the point. Doing good. I got off work not long ago, and now I'm working. Just wanted to code task. Excellent. Thanks for code tasking with us. Appreciate it. Are you working on like personal stuff? Or are you like at a job? Just always find it interesting to see if people are on Twitch while at a job, or if they're just doing their own personal stuff at home. Because we can work on our own personal stuff too. Mookie MC says he stops by and Warren asks his coworker to help wash Warren's car. And now Warren is wearing short shorts because he thinks it's necessary. Okay, so car wash with short shorts. The abbreviated version of that, car wash. Followed by a firm no. Yeah. I like that. Personal stuff. World building now. I'm gonna do so earlier, ironically. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. Let's see. What else? Let's get a list of like 10 and pick the best 3, right? So keep them coming. I don't know what that means. Emulate Rob stuff to mesh, but it never works. What does that mean? Mook, if you don't mind. Maybe it's like right in front of me. I'm just not getting it or something. Just wanted to say hey. Also, we're doing some good work here. Let's see. So we only have 3 right now. But come on, writers. Let's keep going. I know we can push through this. If you have ideas, even if they're bad, they might inspire better ones. You just have to throw the creative spaghetti against the wall. So give me something. Here we go. He tries to ingratiate himself. Ingratiates himself. Okay. So what are the things like happens at the office, right? Like the kind of fear was like, oh, this guy is somebody I work with. Oh, it's to talk about the latest TV show. Save some convo for work, Warren. What else? Think, guys, we all have coworkers. What are some annoying things they do at work where it would be a pain for you if they became your neighbor and started doing it all the time next to you? Some people have like an annoying cough, or basically like a case of the Mondays kind of office space thing. What if Warren always greets somebody with a good morning, sunshine? Something like that. I know that happens in real life. Flip it as well. Wants to talk about work at home. Leave it at the office, Warren. Yeah, perfect. Wants to talk about office stuff at home. Okay, 2 more. We're on 8. Well, I mean, technically 3, right? We need a 9 and a 10. Taking down the neighbor's trash on trash day to be a good neighbor. Okay. Taking down the neighbor's... I guess to be a good neighbor is implied. At the office, he says, hey neighbor, all the time. I do want to keep this in one single location. And I'm not going to be able to get an office space. Otherwise, yes, absolutely. If this were Mook, if this were going to be blown out into something more than 5 pages where we really explore this terrible kind of relationship, yes, 100%. And they would be talking about home stuff at work, right? We would have it flipped where this guy's just kind of wiggling his way into every facet of poor Rob's life here. Wants to start a carpool. Yes. Oh, that's the worst. Or maybe a neighborhood watch. No, maybe. Neighborhood watch. Wants to start a neighborhood watch. I love this. Okay. We have a bunch of fun stuff to play with. We could almost, if we even had to choose more than 3, we can kind of whip through these really fast in some sort of montage. But in Act 2, we have, let me move this down here, kind of. I'll bring this to the front. Okay. So let's go back to our Act 2. Act 2, we have the game. Rob wants to be left alone, but Warren keeps finding reasons to come back. Rob has his own tactics. Rob tries to ignore Warren. But Warren knows he's home. Rob tells Warren that he needs his me time, but Warren has a non-emergency emergency. And then maybe Rob is about to win at chess when Warren knocks on the door. Rob explodes at Warren. Okay, sorry, I know this is tough to fit all on the screen here. It's tough. This is why people have giant whiteboards. Okay. And now we know where we're headed, right? So there's a couple ways to get there. Internet ready to see both you and Gabriel. Rings bell at 9 p.m. Evening neighbor. Don't mean to bother you, but let the porch light on when I notice it's usually off at this time. I don't want to lose out on your energy bill. That's a good one. I know Scrolls is always going to come up with a pitch as soon as we're done. Save energy. I'm a slow burner. It's cool. I'm glad you burn at all. Okay, explodes at Warren, right? Then we have this kind of like midpoint, point of no return in this emotional, internal conflict. But then what happens? Maybe like Rob's. We know where we're gonna go. Makes me think Rob chats with his online chess opponent. Who reveals how he won the game. Which would be like a game strat that involves cooperation instead of sacrificing, something like that. We have to have that moment of like, oh, right. I was wrong. I was being a dick. Rob looks out the window and sees a lonely Warren. Rob calls Warren over. Oh, Warren has to reveal. Warren reveals his backstory. He's new to the neighborhood. Doesn't know anyone. And his parents are sick. His parents used to be his best friends. But now they are like his children, babies, pets. You know, whenever they get so invalid that they're like, they no longer act like it, maybe? Rob calls Warren over. Rob apologizes. Goes in his room and emerges with a dusty chessboard. You to learn how to play. Kind of has a similar theme to our free writing today. Okay, so this is getting a little. Let me zoom out a little bit. Sorry, and this might be end up being harder to read. But we have a little outline here, don't we? We have some notes here. Scrabble instead of chess. You're right. I won't switch it up, but yeah, we could do. It would be the same. It would just be thematic to wordplay. So instead of talking strategy, we would talk about like unusual words to define what's going on in this. In the story, right? We would keep things thematic. That's what we would do. All right, everybody. So we have our outline done. We have a beginning, a middle, and an end. We have two developed characters with two very clear wants, a little bit of a backstory. Scrolls is already casting this, saying that he sees a little bit of Adam Sandler in Warren, some kind of over-the-top nature, maybe even popular at work or class clown, but abrasive in real life, maybe. Rob looks at Warren. It's your move. We even have a last little bit of dialogue there. Okay, perfect. Let's do one more. Whoops, not that. Let's do a sticky note. We have a final line. It's your move. Okay, so let's do this, everybody. Let's open up our final draft. I have 20 minutes to write this before I ditch you guys and go on my vertical live stream. However, I hope you guys join me on the vertical live stream. Just trying some new stuff out. I'm going to be reading the story again that I free wrote at the beginning of this, and might even read out loud the script, or even the script. I was going to say the script from last week because I know it's finished. The Henchman's Union meeting. Let's go ahead and let me get this up on the purge here. Untitled screenplay. Okay, it's gonna be big and ugly, but here we go. Boom. So here we have our final draft. Sorry, I gotta move it around so I can see the chat, see everybody. Let's hold on. Jermove has a nickname for Rob, the GOAT, whenever he sees him at work. Maybe embarrassing high praise. Followed him. Warren's still new and unfamiliar with. You don't ever have to use my suggestions, of course. Who knows how to learn? Just jot down. Yeah. That's what you're supposed to do. Scroll says, I know I struggle with things I've done a few times in 3D and would love someone to walk me through it. Ultimately, I have to figure it out myself, but I used to constantly question my mentor at the same time. Okay, cool. Yeah. All of this inspired chat dialogue kind of just tells me that we're on the right track. We're starting to think about things in terms of our own lives. It makes us self-reflective. That's what art does. It holds up a mirror to your life. That's kind of our goal. Whenever we write something, we want the audience to feel a certain way, sure, but we also want people to like talk about the work after, you know. Hopefully the work changes their minds or inspires their conversation that changes somebody else's mind or something along those lines, right? So I'm not gonna be able to see the chat because I have so many freaking screens up right now, but let's see what we can do. So we have interior Rob's home, I guess. Day. Rob sits at his computer playing a game of online chess. He bites his thumbnail and finally makes a move. Got a ding dong here. This is the first time we're meeting Rob. We should actually Rob. Let's see. Let's just say 30s. Straight-laced. And keeps to himself. Says at his computer. Rob answers the door. To reveal, we have Warren, 30s. How do we describe Warren? Adam Sandler-ish qualities, kind of like affable and a little bombastic. Stands with his hands on his hips. Labrador energy. Move. I think it should be ding dong quickly followed by a knocking at the door later, right? Like it should escalate. But I think you're right. And, that'll be for like Act 3, whenever things are at their peak and it feels really too much. Oh, you know what? We said slender and slow moving. But then we said Adam Sandler energy. So we're kind of conflicted here. I don't know. I'll call it chest to chest. I don't know why. Scroll says Warren Trojan horsing his way into the house with a return mail or something, then asking to come in for a sec. Rob says he's in the middle of a game. Warren starts pestering. What's that move? Why this move? Eventually Rob loses the match and snaps, so he shot for 5 seconds. I'm also just dropping stuff that comes to mind. I like the Trojan horse. I like the idea of like checkmate. Of course, that's what it should be called. And then, well, I'll just put it up here. I like the Trojan horse. I like coming in with a game plan, right? So we have Warren. Good morning, sunshine. Rob looks Rob is bewildered. Hey, what are you doing here? Don't worry. The boss didn't send me. Your neighbor. Whoops, I'm your neighbor now. Accidentally got some of your mail. Saw the name and I was like, oh my god, I work with a, and guess what, I was wrong. We're going to use the last name. We have a Rob Timmons. I work with a Rob Timmons. And it's you. Let's see. Oh, that's crazy. Can I come in? Sure. Warren bulldozes into the home past Rob looking around. Wow. This is what your home looks like? Say the office. Guess I was expecting more to be more officey. Well, it's my home. Warren. I leave the office at the office. I leave work at the office. If you don't mind, I was in the middle of the game. Okay, here we go. Rob takes a moment to think about who he is. I have met coworkers at the grocery store and sometimes struggle to remember who they are when they're out of context. I'm also getting old. Lol. Oh, I see. I do think we needed this to happen kind of fast. Because we have 5 pages. I knew that house was for sale, but what are the chances of, well, it's my home, Warren, my sanctuary from the office. My sanctuary from the office. Rob just installed a door, but it's a bit off. Warren highlights the door, trying to be helpful. Oh, look at that. What a shoddy job. I know a guy who can fix that. Oh, so his door is always unlocked? Sanctuary. Spell this. There we go. Oh. Never learned how to... Does Warren know or not know how to play chess? Look at that. What's a stronger choice for the end of our script? Remember, we're going to have 2 guys playing chess, and one of them, I think it's a stronger choice for Warren to not know, and for Rob to make the bigger gesture to be like, hey, sit here, I'll teach you. Oops, sorry. Got one of those back itches. Ooh, look at that. I watched Queen's Gambit. Didn't understand a lick of it. I see. Well, it's kind of my day off, so if you don't mind. Warren throws his hands up. Warren, apologetic. Of course. How silly of me. I'll see my way out. But just know that I'll be around if you need me. Same. Thanks for my mail. Same? Yeah. If you ever need anything. Warren smiles and steps at the door. Rob runs his fingers through his hair and sits back at the computer to complete his game. What's the chat saying? it's that Warren just called out Rob's mistake, not knowing Rob installed the door. I think I'm going to leave the door thing alone. It does not, but he thinks it's pretty much like checkers. I like that. Okay, boss. How silly of me. Make Rob Warren's boss. Yeah. Of course, boss. I like that. And then, what'd you say, checkers or something? I watched the Queen's Gambit, didn't understand the look of it. How about this? Instead of that, from what I can tell, it's basically advanced checkers. That's a way of looking at it. Well, it's got my day off, so if you don't mind, okay. I agree with you, Mook and Scrolls, about unknowingly insulting Rob. But the door is something I'm not going to be able to shoot. Like, I just want the door to be able to work. So can we pick a new object or something inside of the living room? Or you know, whenever he's talking about, like, oh, I expected your office to be more officey. Maybe it's like, well, I expected you to have blah, blah, blah. Or, like, something that alludes to have more taste. And it's like, well, I don't get paid that much more than you, Warren, you know, something like that. But let's keep going. Let's keep cracking, because we can always rewrite this. Also, we're getting close to 4. That's my fault. I'll go over a little bit, but at the same time, I am going to switch to vertical live streaming. Okay. So we have our layout. Let me take a look at our... I feel a little floundery, and every time I get a little floundery, I just gotta go back to the outline. If you ever need anything, let me know. Rob wants to be left alone. Warren keeps finding reasons to come back. So then it's to complete his game. Then it's ding dong. Rob rolls his eyes. He puts on some and ignores and tries to ignore the doorbell. Another ding dong. Warren off screen. Hey boss, it's me again. I know you're home. The car is in the car's in the driveway. A quick knock at the door. Rob shoots up and throws open his door. Then we have, I need help getting my computer to turn on, asked to take his kids to school, car wash with the short shorts, tries to ingratiate himself, wants to talk about the latest TV show. Save some convo for work, Warren. Case of the Mondays. Talk about the office at home. Taking out down the neighbor's trash. Wants to start a carpool. Wants to start a neighborhood watch. Front porch light left on. Random line popped in while Rob was playing chess. Yeah, that's fun. It's clever. Scrolls. Maybe Rob speaks out loud when no one is around while playing chess and activities. You realize his mistake and say, if you need anything. Why did I say that? We don't have to do that just because the camera's going to do that work for us. I would say that if we really had to hit this home, but I think whoever directs this will know to focus in on that very important bit of line. Right? Same. Yeah. If you ever need anything. Warren smiles, steps out the door. It's a whole thing. I think we spend enough time there already in that moment. The matches get really intense where they're like 3-minute blitz matches. So each player gets 3 minutes each. So concentration is key. He makes quick, decisive moves. Until. So that's the blitz match thing. Rob shoots up and throws open his door, revealing Warren again. It's Warren again. Howdy, boss. Hate to. We already know how Warren's going to talk, right? We have. Hate to ask you this, if you don't mind. Hate to ask you this, but let's go back to our freeform. What are some of the strongest? Let me see. Can you guys even see the freeform? What are some of the strongest excuses that we have for somebody to come in? Maybe Warren is bringing him some food leftovers, or are we going for something already had in mind? It could be food leftovers. The idea is that it needs to be strong, grounded. So let's push into here. This is some stuff that we already had. I think kids to school is out of there just because it seems to be about loneliness, and like kids kind of fill that lonely void. You know, they put an energy into your home unless it's an empty nest, an empty nester kind of syndrome thing. The car wash with the short shorts, maybe. It's a funny gag, but I also don't want to have to like see a car or have a car being washed. Tries to ingratiate himself, wants to talk about the latest TV show. We kind of snuck that in already. We kind of threw in like Queen's Gambit, maybe. I like the idea of like, well, let's save some conversation for work, Warren. But it doesn't have to be about a TV show. We started using Case of the Mondays. Good morning, sunshine. Wants to talk about the office at home. Okay, so I'm also thinking, I think talk about the office at home. I think the carpool, and I think the food leftovers are pretty good, right? I know sometimes Tina Fey will do a rule of 4 whenever she used to write 30 Rock. I kept paying attention to setup, repetition, variation, and then it would be like setup, repetition, repetition, variation. So I'm not against doing like maybe one more just to play with like length of time. But I like the leftovers. I think that's pretty grounded. Um, and it might be a nice way to drop a breadcrumb in, right? Like, but hate to ask you this, but um, we made too many. We made too much food, and it won't all fit in the freezer. Wanted to see if you wanted some. And then what's something that Rob can what's something that Rob can say yes to, but it's a chore? Like what's something that's not a pleasure to get? It has to be the equivalent of a fruit cake at Christmas. Writers, pitch me something. Go ahead. So some unpopular dishes. Um, oh, in the South they have ambrosia salad. It's like marshmallows, coconut, canned fruit, sometimes sour cream, which is texturally strange and very, very sugary. Some to me, that's kind of like a good way to go. Polarizing dish. That's what we're looking for. Polarizing dishes. Let's see. The Office. You said working smarter instead of harder, and I was wondering what you meant. I love that line. I'm gonna write that down for later. But let's finish the beat that we're on as well. The Office. You said to work smarter, not harder. And I was wondering what you mean by that. I'll make this like a Warren line. Okay. It's my own version of tuna noodle casserole, but I ran out of tuna and noodles. So nothing. It's just an empty thing. Let's go with the that weird southern thing. Let me look it up. Some ambrosia salad. Is that? Marshmallows, coconut, some canned fruit, and my parents always like to add some sour cream. Warren hands over to Rob. Thanks. But I really need to be getting back. No problem. Oh, and the other day at work, you said work smarter, not harder. What does that mean? Let's save work talk for the office. Okay? Sure thing, boss. Rob shuts the door on Warren's smiling face. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-boom. Oh, right. I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me to put it back. One moment. There we go. Is that marshmallows, coconut, and some canned fruit? And my parents always like to add some sour cream. So we're kind of dropping that breadcrumb about the parents, right? Like it could go one of two ways. He could be like, "Oh, this is how my parents made it. It's a family recipe." But soon we'll be finding that maybe he moved in with his parents to take care of them, and he doesn't know anybody, and he's a little lonely and a little sad. Okay, so look, guys, I'm sorry to do this, but we do have to put a pin in this. I am going to be switching to a vertical live stream on YouTube. I hope you can meet me there. I'm going to kind of read over some stuff that we created last week. And I hope you like it. Let me know if you are going to be able to come back next week and we can do this again and we can finish this. I hate to leave it unfinished, but sometimes we just have to. We just have to. There's not enough time. But if you think about everything that we did today, man, we free wrote a nice short story. We edited a whole chapter of a novel. And we've brainstormed a really great idea with some fantastic characters, a very clear relationship, a very clear beginning, middle, and end. I do think it'll be easy to kind of pick up where we left off because we've done so much work for ourselves in the beginning. So thanks for participating in the Digital Writers Room, and I'll see you next week where we can finish this. But for now, I also want to... I'll go ahead and raid somebody, but like I said, I'll be going back on YouTube Live as soon as I just make a small adjustment. Is that page 2 or 3 on the script? We're on page 3. We literally wrote half of the 5-page short story here. But good job, everybody. Let's see who's online right now. Moog, Cypher, let's see. Okay. Editing a real short film live. Fractures. Okay, maybe we'll raid Mama. It's been a little while, huh? So I'm gonna raid Mama. However, if you guys want to stay on YouTube Live, it'll just be like another 5 minutes or so, and then I'll be vertically live streaming and reading some of our work from earlier today. So let's do a raid. Do Mama Bucko. Yeah, but you know what? It's important to acknowledge that these like tropes and archetypes just exist already. There are no original ideas, and they got their unlikely characters from someone else. It's the Odd Couple. It's Peas in a Pod. It's the same kind of relationships that we always go back to, but they're tried and true, and they work because they're rooted in real life behavior. So let's raid Mama Buckle. And thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you on the YouTube live stream, vertical live stream, and then I'll see you next week where we can wrap this up. Thank you guys so much for participating, Scrolls, Mook. I always enjoy your ideas. Anybody else who is lurking, I really appreciate you. And I'll see you next Tuesday. Let's raid!